Fed's Bowman says, I'm concerned if the Fed cuts too much, it could overheat the economy.
Hello, friends. Do we see how we have punished shorts? I don't know how many of you were with me in close there, but we're at target. We did the thing. This is our pathing on ES yesterday and what we thought would happen.
Fed's Bowman says the economy's performance questions the view that the policy rate is restrictive.
For NQ specifically, we can just go over this a bit. Oops, wrong one. Got back over. Ooh, I need to turn this music off. This is not conversation music. Jesus. Okay. Delete. So overnight was actually pretty solid for what we were talking about. We got our dip and then a huge rip once we recovered our 60s, and then of course our 510s. 510s was our vital pivot that we talked about for major breakout. Overnight we got a big dip, look above, and then this morning at open we were able to hold that 510 area, and we just absolutely rocket shipped off of it. We are now going straight up. I see this 92 to 601 right now as our short-term pivot to let us know if we're going to keep going higher or if we're going to need to fix some structure. I feel like if we do lose this 92, there's a good chance that we need to fill down to 68. But we are in unknown waters, right? So it is a bit iffy. This is kind of my look right now, is that we're at ADR high, so the move's kind of done for upside today unless we're going to do some like dramatic trend. We just need to see if we can build like 615, 630, right? We start to do that and show interest over there's potential for more expansion on the day and outside of our average range continuation to happen. I just need to see it first. Again, like this is pushing into like pretty extraordinary trend territory potential with the amount of people that were punished this week. So kind of just giving a minute to figure out what it wants to do. Our POC just shifted up here as well. We're just trying to build out this node. So again, kind of just interested to see how we interact in this tail of this node, and if buy side can maintain it, right? And if we can, then we're just going to be looking to see how we build up the highs. If this starts to fail and we start to see that pressure below this POC here, that's when we can start to aim for a bit of a pullback. But until then, it is a trending market. Oops, let me delete that.
Voice news disconnected.
Hope that's a lie. Hmm. 10 seconds until your 15-minute candles. See what we get. Sorry, I had a timer going. Any of you guys watch that Netflix show, Rhythm and Flow? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Or no? Like a hip hop reality TV show. They like try to find the next rapper. And season 2 just ended. Watched that last night. Mario's gonna get on and be like, what the hell happened? Into our reversion zone now on PVC and our average 4-hour range. Just watching to see how we build up onto this high of this node. Can we hold the tail high, or do we start to see some sell side really try to step in? Again, incredibly strong trend. So we want to see a clear break of structure and our higher lows before we try to interact with this. But this is where I'm expecting some more sell pressure, just fib-wise, and just based off our average ranges. It's completely speculative. Again, we're in very strong trend. I'm not taking a short off of this, but this is where weakness would be expected. But we do need to get a very clear look, I think, below our tail here. If we were going to rotate, I'm just kind of keeping an eye on, again, like, I'm gonna mark this. Yeah, so you can see why I visualized this. I move this down, I guess, a little bit. This is our area of support. And this is our upper edge here now. So we'll just watch to see how we interact here. Any pullbacks I'd like to see hold 20s. We can continue with our higher lows. Should just keep trending up. No big deal.
Republicans press Biden administration on oil sanction enforcement.
If 20s go, I'm going to be watching for something like this. Just a rotation back through this.
And
Back
Trump's
to our lower tail.
opposition to ban likely to complicate its enforcement. So TikTok faces US ban after appeals court refuses to block law.
Oh, we're part of this cycle again. They threatened TikTok ban.
So IAEA report says Iran has stated that henceforth it intends to feed uranium enriched up to 20% rather than the current 5% into the two interconnected IR6 centrifuge cascades at Fordow, enriching to up to 60% purity.
Voice news disconnected.
The big spell, Happy. Watching our interaction here as we dip into 20s. 12 points so far from our 20s. Just keeping an eye now to see if we can break this downtrend or not. It's a good first risk off, back into resistance here. But leave your stop break even on runners, and let's see if we can keep going. Held our edge. Just need to see a break of our short-term downtrend now. Understand that POC is right here at this candle, right? So gotta get back through this and get back over into new 15 for us to keep going. Mm-mm-mm. $20 points now into our 640 edge off of 620. Am I returning? Oh my god. Sell side offer really trying to flip this. We're watching to see if buy side can continue to absorb here, or if we're going to rotate back down for 20 points. Back down to bottom of this node that we're building out. Unsure as of yet. And sell side definitely trying though. We've had no break of higher lows as of yet. No, but I bought a position overnight. Yeah, I bought a few down into 75, 80 area last night, about 5 hours ago. I'm fully out of that position, by the way, but that was my claim to fame. Star recovery. We figured it out. So far, 20 holding. Again, looking for pullbacks and then looking for continuation until we see some sort of larger flip. It's flagging right now. Is Rory here? No. I need someone to talk me out of spending $2,000 and buying a mobile game account from someone. Can someone convince me not to do that? A friend of mine is selling his account, and he's spent about $70,000 on the game, and he is selling his account for 2K. It's that shifts, Romeo. That's what I'm saying. It might be the generational buy, you know? What game? Last War Survival. Can I resell it for more? I mean, if someone finds it valuable, technically it's worthless. It's only worth what someone will pay for it. I made enough. But my issue is that every time I spend big money on a game, I completely lose interest in the game. That's my concern. It's not really about the money, it's about my lack of dopamine once I've bought and completed the game. You know what I mean? But like thinking about it from a perspective of like
the market appears largely stable.
It's a good deal in the sense that I'm already playing it. I don't know. It's hard. But seriously, every time I spend money, like big money on a game, my brain just like turns off. Zero interest. Kind of sucks. Well, I'm not level 1, that's the thing. It's just oh, Roy, you are here. Okay. Did you hear the first part of that or no? Yeah, the rank 1 on our server is selling his account. My issue is like that might actually ruin our server if he leaves. So am I investing at the top? You know what I'm saying? Hmm.
Goolsby says measurements like the ratio of vacancies to number of unemployed people show a balance in the job market.
$2K in my own account will get me nowhere close. Like when I tell you that this guy's put $70,000 into his account, I'm not like exaggerating. Yeah, that's kind of my thing is it's not gonna hit the same if it's already done for me. I don't know. That's kind of what I'm. It's hard, Romeo, because like it could be potentially really good for the server if I take over. The thing is when you have an account that size, you kind of have to like continue spending to stay on top. So it's one of those things. I mean, this guy's dropping like $1,000 a day. Think about this. He's put in $70,000 into this game, and we're on day. Let me look what day we're on. We're on day 69. $70,000 in 69 days of playing the game. Yeah, just basically like pushing progression, getting ahead of everyone by a ton. He's basically paid the right to be ahead of everyone by about 7 months. Maybe longer. Maybe 12 months of like time if I had played the game, but just like without paying. And even then, it would be debatable if you'd even be at the same point. Still just rotating here. There's not really much to say. We're just waiting for some change. We thought this was potentially where we would stop going up. For the short term, it was true. We're now just consolidating. We need to see if this consolidation is bullish or bearish. Bearish consolidation will be this going offer and then rotating back down to our 90s. Until then, though, I don't really want to touch it. Russell coming into our 30-second opening range high and our day open here. Seeing how we can test.
And Goolsby says what happens with immigration will have a very significant impact on the size of the coming labour force.
He just can't keep up with the spending. See, his issue is it's the issue in all these mobile games. If you try to continue to stay rank 1, there's always going to be some like Saudi prince that's going to outspend you, and it's not sustainable. Like you have to have a different goal. Being rank 1 is never, you never aim for rank 1 or you're going to burn out. So if he's trying to keep up with all these other degens who are spending that amount, like it's just a consistent cycle. Like you can't stop. Whereas like if you try to just stay like basically top of the middle, right? You can play pretty consistently and have a lot of fun in mobile games and put in work and like it feels great. Yeah, it still does. The game is like very political.
And HSBC forecasts S&P 500 index target of 6,700 for the year end 2025. And Goolsby says, I still think the US is on a path to 2%.
I mean, there's like 50 million people who play this game. I don't think this move is very playable, to be honest, guys. We're holding POC from previous candle so far as offer. We're rotating down, but I'm going to be looking more so for a pullback rather than trying to take this as a short. Yeah, I think as we push down into 590, 600, there might be something here. Look for like Russell into VWAP as well, potentially. ES down into 99, 100 area. Just keeping an eye on these areas as we approach. If you did take a short, I think this is a great risk, like first risk off as we come down.
Fed Scoresby says overall progress on inflation is still encouraging.
Then we just watch to see how we interact here.
And Goolsby says, I won't pre-commit to this December meeting decision. There's still several data points to come, including inflation and consumer spending.
Nice dubs.
Fed Scoresby says the Fed will have a series of meetings that will be close calls between cutting and not cutting.
This is PVZ target here into 90s. Russell holding where it needs to. Yes, not a ton of movement. We're just watching to see how volatile this is going to be here into our low.
Fed Scoresby says, given how the rest of the economy is behaving, the one outlier is interest rates, which will likely come down over the next year. Goolsby says rates will be a fair bit lower a year from now.
Good bid so far off of our 90 to 600 area on NQ. Coming back up to our seller here, watching how we interact with 615, 620. If offer was anywhere, I'd be expecting it to be here. Just break of structure. We're either getting back into this upper range or I expect this to reject. So I think it's a good first risk off if you did play off of our PVZ and stacked reversal. But I think that now you have to move stops up and think that this potentially can't get back over. If we can bid, things look okay, where we're going to be watching for that recovery and then rotation back up. But expect some sell side pressure here as we approach into this POC. I'm just rotating our range, right? Now we have to get back over this edge. It's basically what I'm saying. So we get our rotation down through it, back down to our lows. Now we're at our high edge. Now we'll see if we can build here and then do something like this for continuation up. Or if we're going to be trapped within here, something like this, short term. For who? You're just looking for like a generalized under 50 gift? Boy, girl, any hobby? So open. The guy have any interests? They didn't give you like a list of interests for Secret Santa? That's a weird Secret Santa.
And Fed Scoresby says the recent rise in productivity does seem to be concentrated in high technology spaces, which can have a longer runway.
Yeah, get him the Linus screwdriver. Survival kit. Yeah, get him a flare gun. Huge. This is really, I think, an important area to know if buy side's going to be able to recover and hold this. This 15 to 20 needs to find supportive on this look back in. We have 10 minutes left on this candle, which is a bit rough. Yeah, action slowed down quite a bit. But if buy side's gonna maintain here, this is where they'll do it. Watching our Russell pivot here at VWAP, seeing if we get a reactionary bounce. Yes, trapped in our range here between a 103 and 109. So far, a very strong reaction off of 15s on retest. So general idea here and why we have what we have drawn is, I mean, it's just like we talk about every day, but when we have a balance, right, we're looking for a return back in once we're in it, back down to the lows, and then we're looking for this area to then consolidate and be able to hold, right, taking control back over this area when we retest. So that's kind of the general idea right now, is how we interact here into this upper edge, which is why we have it highlighted with yellow. And now it's just about figuring out if this can actually maintain. If it can, right, like then it's a very clear recovery of these buyers that were here up in these highs.
Goolsby says so far the rise of crypto-based assets has not had much macro impact, but it could have a wealth effect. Fed Goolsby says, with a more speculative asset that lacks an obvious real economy use case, it's hard to see what the real impacts will be.
Came back up to our absorption and got a big ol' sell. Coming back down to our main support here, bottom of our balance. So traded into top of balance, now into now into bottom of balance. I'm gonna be watching for a reoffer to see if this sell has legs on it or not before I consider anything. Got our move up though. Now there's not really much to do here. Watching our 15 to 20 for offer if it's going to be here. This is where I'd expect it, just like last time. Good job, Dubs. Yeah, well, we got a huge move overnight, and so there's going to be a bit of a spring in the morning with basically covering, right? And we have rebalancing happening today. But there's a strong potential that we couldn't just balance for the rest of the day up here, right? Just showing us that there's actually a willingness to hold this move. So this is why I'm being a bit more passive until we see our next leg kind of establish. Just because, like, once we've determined that an area is in balance, it's not great looking for expansion on the short term once we've identified a region where there's clearly a buying and selling area. It's more of just like a let it develop out kind of situation, and gives you the opportunity to play, right? Like we've determined the low, the high, and the mid, giving us the ability to know what to do when we look above, right? When we look above, we're looking for this mid to hold to go to the highs. When we go below, we're looking for this to then be our offer point to see how we interact here. But until then, it's a bit hard to be like, oh yeah, we're going down to 200 points lower or 200 points higher. It's just about identifying our range and then either playing the range or waiting for a break out of the range. And that's up to you to determine if you feel you have enough risk to reward here to hold those runners or not. It's about 15 points here, 14. Off of our look into 15s, back down to our 600s. Let's see if we'll get continuation or not, but that was a very good reoffer that we just talked about. See if we get a new low or if they continue to hold here. I could see a dip for liquidity into 80s before we actually get a decision. That would be a rotation down to my VWAP that I have on the 15-second chart and into our liquidity pocket that we have here on footprint. But how we get there is the issue, right? How choppy is it going to be on that rotation down into 80? Good area to move stops down if you're playing off that 15 to 20. Again, approaching our 80 target into our 90 edge now. We're watching this as a potential liquidity pocket for buyers. There's your dip into it. Move stops down. And watch to see if buyers can eat up sellers here. I'm watching for a potential next leg here as we rotate back up. 10 points from 80 so far. Watching to see if we can breach back into this the bottom of our previous balance, or if this is going to hold as sell-side value shift, right? We're watching to see if something like this occurs, or if that was enough of a dip into this liquidity here for a pop back up. New 15s have opened. We've got a selling block above us into 604.50 to 6 like 11. So that's kind of where I'm watching to see if we hit our head or not. We can see that here in footprint as well. Personally, I've risked off here for a nice little scalp from 80s.
Fed Schoolsby says consumer delinquencies are not high compared to historic levels.
If you have the ability to hold a runner, we're just going to be looking for a rebid here, and then the ability to kind of hold for rotations back up. I don't think it's a bad idea to attempt to hold if you have the sizing correct for that. I personally had one contract, so I risked off into first resistance. Yeah, trying to fade short is really hard until you can identify the pivots. So I think that taking either only into our edge high or into our mid once we've seen a shift and a look below is appropriate then. Trying to short anywhere else just feels kind of awkward. Right, we want to see like a very clear either look below and then reoffer, which I think is what happened here. Right, we have a look above and then we have a look below and then you have an offer shift. And that's what happens for a rotation back down to our mid. And then it's just about being able to stay in your runner break even for that second leg down if you're comfortable, or just taking that profit from here to here. And it's the same thing here for the short, right? Here to here, and then this would be second PT. Just playing like our known edges where known participants are. Other than that, it just feels a little too much like closing your eyes and throwing a dart, you know? This is where original short was here into 15 to 20. This is a good secondary PT if you're still in. We're going to watch to see if we can look above and then hold this as supportive for looks up. Expect offer to be here, but we want to see if they're going to pull size or not. Later, Cass. Have a great weekend. Yeah, exactly, Cass. My physical copy got here today, and my Audible copy got here.
BTC Azeri
Both
live
opened.
loading set at
It's gonna be a nice night.
598,000 barrels per day in January.
Sir, for we no spoilers, no talking about it until the end. What's the deal? Seems like we've got some new people in chat that are catching up from book 1. Yeah, I don't want any spoilers. I don't want to talk about it on voice. Nice job, Dan. Let me see how many hours Audible has this clocked in on. I bet it's like 60, 64. $62 hours and 48 minutes. That's a book. How is the Audible, how's the Kindle time so much lower? Hello? It's a huge differential. I'm sure like he has already like 3 books deep in novellas. I always found it interesting how he writes, because he writes each individual character, like their stories as a whole, and then like chops up the book, but he'll like do like the full Kaladin path, and then like the full Shallan path, the full Yasna path. Flex being perma long Walmart is such a weird arc. Just size up like 10k, 10%, 10,000%. So funny. That's crazy. Just look above our mid balance here. We'll see if we can actually see a solidified hold of our 15 to 20 is supportive for that rotation back up to our highs. We have 26 seconds until new 15-minute candles. So, if anything, let's wait to see what happens in the new 15s. I don't know if I'm going to be doing a full session today, guys. We'll see. Mario's coming on at 12:30. Tomorrow, if today's afternoon starts to feel like yesterday's afternoon, I might just dip. I don't know. We'll see. Good retest of 15 so far. See if we can build for that rotation up into our 30-40. Move stops up as we approach into 30s. If you are playing off of this mid pivot as a supportive retest. There it is. Take off first primary risk, and then leave runner. Balance. Has what I've been saying good? I don't know. I mean, to me, it makes sense, but this was good trade into this, and then short opportunity here. There's a short opportunity here that we talked about into the reoffer of 15 to 20, and then the rebid of 15 to 20 for our push up. So to me, so far, we've talked about 3 pretty solid scalps so far today that have been very actionable. Other than that, just the overall range. Again, in like trending markets and in balance markets, regardless, like you want to see these looks aboves and then these retests. This look above and then retest. Are we holding previous structure where our seller was before? If so, then it's worth attempting because we have someone to actually play off of. We're looking for these pivots to hold. We get our look below, we're looking for this as our reoffer. You know? And that goes down. We look above, we look for it as our rebid. Play into previous value. You can feel a lot better about this trade when ES shows real interest over O3, I think. Until then, it feels a little stuck. But if we can see like a big old move over O3, that'd be really enticing, I think, for buy side to start to think that another leg is potentially viable. Offer holding 15s on the look below and now hold. We're watching to see if we can break this low. Most liquidity resting at 17s right now, but offer holding. We just need to see a break of the lows for confirmation, or this can just kind of chop here for a bit. Hoping ES leads.
At 12 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Hamak, who gives a speech on the economic outlook. Text and Q&A is expected.
Testing into our 17 liquidity now. See if it gets taken or not. Mm-hmm. 10 points from 17s here into 607. We're watching here for a break at the lows or a failure from sellers here. Decent two-sided trading into the 607. 607, 610 right now is kind of your battleground. Need to see if these sellers are going to go off sides or if they can actually lead us down back down to 600. Ideally break that low if we were going to do it. Really starting to stack here. Without that shift though, then we're just going to have these guys get absorbed. Six minutes left on this candle. Yeah.
At 12 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Hammock, who gives a speech on the economic outlook. Text and Q&A is expected. One minute, we expect the text release for Fed's Hammock. So Fed's Hamak says market view of one cut between now and late January is reasonable, and I'm keeping an open mind about December FOMC meeting, and more data is incoming. The Fed is at or near the time to slow the pace of rate cuts, and the economic landscape calls for modestly restrictive monetary policy. Slowing pace of rate cuts allows the Fed time to sound the economy, and monetary policy is likely somewhat restrictive. Data will drive what the Fed does with monetary policy, and I expect solid growth, low unemployment, and gradual inflation ebbing. The economy is strong and labor market is healthy, and the labor market has come into better balance. There is more work to do to cool inflation.
That all he's gonna say? Okay. I don't see any shift from buyer to seller here. We do need to get below 605 for continuation down. For buy side to actually be viable here at this 15 to 20 pivot, we do need to see that look above and then retest into this area. As right now, offers holding here. Right, just like on every other test, we need to see a very clear look above and hold, or offer is going to be sitting here. And we're just going to be watching for this rotation down. We've got some slight absorption into like 605, 610, like we talked about before. So it can really go either way with this news. I'm unsure. I liked first test. I'm a big fan of first tests from a look below instead of like this chop. But I do think sell side has advantage here short term. Again, just like keep an eye on how we interacted on the look above last time. We were able to balance up here. We got our look above, and then we got a retest for pop. I like this kind of look where we clearly are showing interest above our pivot and not just at the edge itself, especially when we see order flow that supports something like that. Just kind of waiting, especially with ES falling down back into our low edge. Watch to see how interactions occur here. If this wants to lead down, then this should still hold as offer. Hopefully that makes sense, right? Like we haven't seen a shift of value, so like don't preemptively get into something before you see something shift. If you were playing off of this pivot, this is your first risk off. We're looking for a look below. This can hold. I think we can see some acceleration with ES coming down. Hopefully, my understanding of this area it made sense to you. Like we got to see that look above and then like a willingness to trade, or this is just offer, especially with ES leading down. Like you don't try to play breakouts, try to play retests. I'm out one here, looking for 90.
The German Foreign Ministry says that Iran's increase in production capacity of uranium enriched up to 60% purity is a grave escalatory step. So that's German Foreign Minister referring to the IAEA statement earlier.
Watching our offer here again. I'd like to see this rebid on a look above if we're going to hold, and then we can flip. Watching ES's reaction into our 97 edge here, 30-second opening range low from yesterday, I believe. But just keeping an eye to see if these buyers are off sides and if sellers are going to shift value or not. Look back below day open for continuation or not. This wants to hold, then there's not a ton here until we can get back over ETH high and hold VWAP. For NQ specifically, this is a good look above so far. I'd like to see a bid and then continuation if it was going to keep going with these guys now trapped into our low. Took off one into our 600 edge and then got stopped into 15s. Now watching to see if we can flip. 3 points from 97 so far in ES rejection, watching for a break of the low and then reoffer if it's going to continue down further. I'm unsure as of yet. Our 30-second opening range low is at 93.50, so I'm keeping an eye on that. That should be your first risk off if you are trading off of this 96-97 edge. We got to see the break below our 30-second opening range and then offer for continuation down, or this is just going to balance here. Same thing for NQ, holding our 15 to 20. We're looking for buy side support to be there. If it's going to rotate back up to our 40. Why is this guy outside? Or is this a green screen? And if it's a green screen, why is he in a winter coat? No. Looks good so far. First risk off here on NQ from our hold of our 15 to 20 into our 30. I really hope that we've seen the same trade now play like 7 times. I don't. They have calls on that? I can't remember, Kiz. I have 1 left here, guys, as we push into our 30 edge. Potential for me to get stopped out. Who knows? I'll say it again. Anyone who bought that shit deserves to be rugged. Yeah, it was. But to be honest, let's be real. It was rug pulled before it was even launched. I'm not sure. I'm sure that people can buy it. It's just dead. I'm sure it'll have a couple little like relief pops, but that's about it. It'll fade out of existence. Anything that you buy on the Sol ecosystem is most likely straight garbage.
Financial Times report that Trump's Middle East envoy met Israel and Qatar PMs to broker a ceasefire.
You guys having an easy day? Are you struggling? I don't know. There's not a lot of conversation going on. I feel like our pivots are like incredibly clear.
So looking into the piece then doesn't add much in terms of further color, does note the Trump campaign did not immediately respond in request for further comments. FT piece is on the feed though for anyone interested.
You don't need to be a tech genius to do a rug pull. There are 15-year-olds doing rug pulls.
Azeri BTC crude oil exports from the Ceyhan port set at 18.24 million barrels per day in January, which is down from the 18.33 million barrels per day seen in December, according to their schedule. The Chevron CEO says they're to hit record US oil production next year. Fed's Hamak says it is too soon to say what impact proposed tariffs would have. And Hamak adds the US debt seems to be on an unsustainable path of growth. The Fed's Hamak does clarify, though, that setting monetary policy is independent of national debt.
Hello, Friday traders.
What's up?
Hello.
We got the move. Feels good.
Good. Looks like okay trading today.
Yes, very clean balance. It's too slow for some people, it seems, but it has been very clear flips. Tom's on Top Step Live right now.
Yeah, I saw that earlier. Well, the post earlier. Are you gonna say something stupid, Varg?
How's Marvel Rivals?
I got it. Bro, it came out a while ago, Varg.
Video games are so last year, Varg.
Oh, poor Varg. Yeah, there you go.
It's already over. GG's. I'll check it out if you want to play. Play it for like a week and then lose all interest and then never touch it again. You know, the classic.
Hamac repeats the US economy is strong and the labour market is pretty healthy.
Yeah, COVID really ruined me on that game. Detoxed me from deadlock.
Varg detoxed me from deadlock.
Well, understandable. I think that might be the problem. Oh, drama.
He's projecting. I have never uninstalled the game in my life, Varg. That's a you thing.
I have to go help my dad move something, so
Yeah,
I will be back in a bit. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I'll leave charts up because we're just trading in balance, so there's nothing to do here unless we can get the break. Just make my charts go on auto. There we go. I will be right back.
He's never coming back, guys. Did that come out today? Yes, another test down in these lows. And Q just stuck into balance. RTY little peak under. Low of day. Do have bottom structure from yesterday and Globex POC in this like 2400, 2403 area. And RTY, if we do see some sellers, if ES RTY hold, obviously rotation up target should be pretty self-explanatory with our balanced nodes. I'm sure you guys went over it quite a bit. I'm sure those watching the stream can see the Munsig chart. Romeo, you don't want to know what Sauce was saying about you earlier, man. I don't think he's gonna swing by. He was saying some out-of-pocket stuff.
So seeing rumors circulating on X at the moment. Here I'm citing OSINT Defender on X, who says that the Syrian president and his family have now fled the country. An Iraqi government spokesperson says Iraq does not seek military intervention in Syria.
That means they're definitely in Syria, right? Little looks below here on ES, RTY, and Q still maintaining balance. Remember RTY here, this like 2400 to 03 is my primary area of interest. You have a large imbalance from the open down here on ES through 84.85. That's your Globex POC. This 91 we are trading right now is yesterday's primary value low before our end of day sell. So buyer interest here is plausible and would make sense. Failure here, and we're going to be looking down into that 84 area and Globex structure. What's up, Darian? How you doing, man? Busy boy. There you go. That's a nice short. New 15's just opened.
Fed's says the consumers are really supporting the economy. Household balance sheets are solid. Fed's says housing inflation is going to take a lot longer to come down. In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, see the release of the weekly Baker Hughes rig count numbers. Oil rigs saw a prior read of 477, while total rigs saw a prior read of 582. And keep in mind as well at the top of the hour, San Francisco Fed President Daly is due to be speaking in a moderated conversation at an event hosted by Stanford University's Hoover Institution. No text is expected, but there will be a Q&A. So again, that's the Baker Hughes numbers as well as comments from Fed's Daily at the top of the hour. Fed's Hamac says I'm very focused on housing and real estate issues.
So far, buyers responsive down here, but not really initiating up and over. You want to see these halfway backs trade through quite quickly if we're going to get rotates. If not, still interested in those lower targets. Any longs, I want to see structural reclaim here. Instead of trying to call bottom. Yes, testing back into previous structure. Thank you, almost full rotation here. Back to a value high, just rotating the node. Much cleaner than ES.
So in 5 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the weekly Baker Hughes rig count numbers. Oil rigs saw a prior read of 477, while total rigs saw a prior read of 582. Keep in mind, we also expect comments from Fed's Daily, who speaks in a moderated conversation at an event hosted by the Stanford University's Hoover Institution. No text expected, but there will be a Q&A. So again, Baker Hughes and comments from Fed's Daily at the top of the hour.
One more minute till turn of hour.
Shortly expecting the US Baker Hughes rig count numbers, as well as comments from Fed's Daily. So seeing comments come through from Ved Goolsby now, housing inflation likely to fall as lagging government data reflects what private data is already showing. If Congress and the President want to pass tariffs, the Fed's job is to respond to those conditions. Says tariffs raise prices, but would not result in persistent inflation unless there is retaliation from other countries or impacts on the supply chain. Goolsby on tariffs on Canada and Mexico says implications for the Chicago region could be more difficult since many imports are intermediate goods for other products, an issue on the minds of regional businesses. Goolsby says, I hope the Fed will get close to the range of neutral by the end of next year. A gradual pace of cuts seems appropriate. Economic conditions will determine the pace of rate cuts from here. The speed at which the Fed is moving will probably slow as the debate proceeds on a stopping point. Goolsby says, I'll be watching interest rate sensitive sectors, lagged impacts of monetary policy, for signs that the neutral rate is approaching. Likely that goods prices will return to deflation, services continue in the right direction, and market data on housing suggests a coming improvement there as well. The outlook does matter, so when the new administration starts proposing policies, the Fed will start to think on it. A single month's data is not reliable, but if household surveys were to show steady deterioration, the Fed would have to look at it more closely. So those comments from Fed Goolsby there came as he's just spoken to reporters after an event he was at earlier.
Sellers found top of ranges, all three indices, RTY unable to get back over value low, NQ value high sellers, ES just respecting highs off of previous auction. So again, any longs I want to see like full reclimbs, just kind of chilling. Or if we get those tests down into previous day structures, and we have initiative buyers, then tune changes down there a bit for basically a return to this area as first target. But that is what I'm looking for. You did a great job, Mr. Tom. Okay. NQ here, looking into high of day. This is that RTY look over value low. We want bids to hold above 409. ES bumping here. Back into value as well. We want 98, 97 to hold. Yes, you're looking at 103, ultimately 107. RTY, you want to see support come in around 12. We're trade back to 14. I do not have much on NQ as we are pushing above structure. Two weeks, they're giving you a little bit of a break, huh? RTY here, first target. Yes, pretty close here. Node edge. I want to see Russell, if we're going to hold this higher low, bid back up over VWAP. Over that 11 like we talked about here and kind of hold it. Yes, into that middle edge. Sellers found. Let's watch this auction. Anything above 98 is fine. Once again, ES, secondary move 107. RTY, we're looking for that 16. New 15's open just about a minute ago. NQ still lifting. Yes, another edge test here. On NQ sauce. Yeah. I don't even know like what to have as an NQ target here until there are sellers. Nice. I think you really will want to see ES come over this edge. If ES can get into that 107, 110, that's probably a good spot for NQ. Yes, another kind of pocket of sellers there as it approached the edge towards 104. RTY still holding bids above this 1011, but want to see it come towards 16, value high. Still into first target. Yes, last chance here. Opposite edge, full oscillation. RTY still holding fine. Yes, under this 98. Kind of going into last chance, full retest here. NQ testing value high. RTY was responsive off value low. Just oscillation. This area is still fine. Not ideal, but fine. For a continued lift, that is. Just back into our oscillation pattern that you guys saw in the morning at this point. 1.5. New 15s. Buyers are here ES, but not as initiative as we want. Very similar on NQ, where this value high test is holding, but we're not getting initiation over. RTY back value low. Losing some faith in continued upward oscillation here. Need to see that kind of desire to lift and shift. Here's your new 15 open. Their final 15s until new change of hour. NQ still looking at initiation, maintaining holds at value high. RTY oscillating, yes, back in this 98 area. We really want to see bid step in. Oscillate us back towards that 103 edge. Nothing really shifting. Six and a half minutes here, and we'll get turn of hour. See if we get a directional decision off of that then. Or if we just maintain oscillations. 15's just open, turn of hour. ES back POC, RTY back value low. NQ oscillating, we're just an oscillating. Big oscillators. Yes, full oscillation. RTY is still at value low. We watch NQ here. Slight lower low back under value low. Still like structurally in the node. But this lower low can be a pretty big decision factor if you get a little trap here and then quickly oscillate back up, or if buyers cannot reclaim that 45 to 50 zone. We might have a regime shift. You're seeing a more acceleration on ES here than NQ with the lower low. ES back down towards this value low, 92, 93. Keep eyes on RTY here as well. Yes, very nice. NQ POC test here. RTY lows remained. Still responsive buyers under value low. ES full oscillation to value low to that 92, 93 area. We're trading it right now. Same thing as here before. Just looking for initiation. I'm gonna oscillate back through. That's like a Mario move, Saz. Maybe I'm rubbing off on you. That's how my trades usually look. Those runners. Yeah, it's just oscillations. It's just oscillations. Everything's still holding fine. Main look here is going to be if NQ can get back towards that 40-45. value high area and what kind of response we see there. ES low is being responsive. Back to 92. Perfect world. We come back over this daily open, get back into that 98 to 100 zone. Same thing with RTY holding value low here, get back towards 11 to 12. We're still looking for kind of that lift on RTY towards 16 ultimately after an oscillation, but you're just playing the range at this point. I would wait somewhat on longs unless you're sniping the low of lows to see a significant kind of lead over structure on a name. Sellers putting a lot more pressure here across the board. Still keeping eyes on RTY here. I mean, we've really paused. Everything is just sideways tight. Still eyes on RTY. Coming into the low of lows. The lowest of the lows. We have the best lows. People wish they had lows like RTY. RTY maintained. ES maintained. NQ, believe it or not, maintained. Big maintainers. '15's just opened. Final 15's until final hour. NQ value high into 40, where we really watch this 45 to 50 zone. Want a little bit more off ES. Get back into that 98, 100. That would be swell. See bed step up into this area on ES. Most concern is Russell here. Unable to get out of range on the NQ and ES oscillations. VS holds here. NQ can hold 40s. I think a secondary leg is plausible.
Seller's back in control. What do you mean by that, Robert? What do you see that makes you think that? What time frame are you looking at? So if we look at this action, what about this makes you think sell side's in control? Well, no, I don't want to be right. I just want to understand where you're coming from. But I want you to, like, because right now it just looks like balance to me up in our upper structure. And sell sides completely failed, right? From our low look, they were unable to breach our lower balance, and then we were able to pop. And now we're just consolidating at the highs. So I don't know. Like, there's, yes, depending on your time frame, sell side is either in control, right, from our most recent high, right, from supply, or higher time frame, right, where longs are so in control, right? So it just really depends on like what your scope is and what you're looking for the time frame of what you're talking about, because you could be right or wrong, you know. That's why that's the only reason I wanted clarification. That's all. But buyers look pretty good here. We held our upper balance, held our mid of our balance that we've been trading in for the session. Found a pretty active buyer with a seller who got caught off sides trying to push this lower below 15s, and then we were able to push up. Looks like we'll probably need to do a bit of a retest, I would assume, into this candle. I'd like to see a little bit of consolidation first before fully going back up. So I'm going to be looking for a pullback for a buy, personally. But other than that, yeah, it looks like buy side's pretty in control. Good breakout so far. Sorry, I just got back. Had to help my dad move, and then
There is
went
our
out for lunch.
RTY look. No longer concerned. Really want to see the 11 to 12. Yes, knee continuation here. 98 to 100 target. NQ still in this 45 to 50 zone. Want lift through back towards high of day into 60. Tesla here, higher high. Microsoft looking slightly above range. And that's what's going on.
I'm really just keeping an eye on this pullback on NQ. Pullback was to be expected. We just talked about it, but I just don't. I think we need further than this 38. I think we need to come back down into 33, personally, but I could be wrong. Just gonna keep an eye on Russell breakout. See if we can get over this range high. I don't like that this breakout occurred. I kind of personally would like to have seen us push down into this first, and then we could go. But it may be buy side can hold here now. If I can see something exciting here, maybe. Just maybe. We just have such a nice block of liquidity down here that I'd love to see tested again.
3.5 minutes till final hour.
Oh. 6,100. Let me look at ES. Yeah, decent amount of liquidity into 97s and 6,100. And that makes sense on ES specifically. If we look at ES structure, this is our big offer point. You need to see a look above and then kind of a hold in here for expansion potential, just like we did last time. This is your resistance, right? Why it's red right now. This is your upper edge. So I'm really keeping an eye on if we can pierce through that. With VWAP being below us, we've got kind of a VWAP that looks like this. All right, so we have sell side that's accumulating right now as we push in. And ES is just really not going anywhere. We got this full pathing played right down into our lower support. That's still holding. There's not really much here on ES. ES is probably like the worst looking chart. Because we have like a very clear, like what you would call a seller in control. Seller shifting value down, shifting value down, shifting value down, shifting value down, right? So like there's a very clear lower highs. And until we can break those, it's going to be really tough to be like, yeah, we're breaking out, we're going up. But like in the overall trend, right, like things don't look terrible. It's just this is way more sell side focused with Russell weakness compared to NQ.
Big Tesla lift. Big Tesla lift. Apple got smacked though.
Almost down into our liquidity. That may have been enough. We'll see. Again, I'd really like to see a dip into this first before we go, ideally. This might have been enough.
Like what you drew on the left hand side of your chart, Ty?
$50 until close of this 15-minute candle.
Yeah, I mean, so obviously, like a lot today, you would classify as a P, technically. But I prefer to look at it kind of like you did, where just if you take if you take a 2-day view, there's like two very clear options, right? So just treat them as separate auctions, or like we just trade between, right? But in terms of intraday and like your 16, yeah, I mean that's literally just POC essentially. I know POC is slightly above, but that's just your pivot, value pivot. You know what I'm saying? You feel me, dog? Exactly. Exactly.
Let's see if buy side pulls here, or if we can find some liquidity and eat this shit up. Russell
Proud of you,
failing to
buddy.
break out. It's a little interesting.
You're becoming a man.
Looking for a dip into 27, an immediate bid if it's going to hold.
Yeah, well, you can also, do you ever do like partials on your exits? That might help you as well. Like maintain your R&R on like half or a quarter. And then you'll start to see, you can do this through back testing too, but a lot of times you have to like just see it in practice. But then like, if like, let's say you have equivalent to like 3 contracts, you can do the math however you want to do it. But for in terms of fractions, we'll start with 3. So then like, okay, you get anxious with size, put 2 on break even, and then run 1 contract on your maintained R&R, and then you'll see like, oh, my like structural back testing and play creation actually works if I follow my R&R rules. That will give you more confidence in maintaining risk over time. Does that make sense?
I'm out 1 here from
Something
27.
you could try.
Holding 1 runner just in case we get the break of downtrend. 27 liquidity was
Because
good.
then you're dealing with your size problem by running the partial, right? So like your risk is less, but you're still maintaining your planned R&R, which will give you confidence to trust yourself in the trade and your setup.
We need the breakout.
Very good.
If this doesn't go soon, it's going to break
would agree with that
out.
statement.
It's going to stop me out of my low.
I think you're doing a terrific job.
Was the consumer
and,
credit
like,
news
that's,
bad? I'm not sure.
like,
I
the
didn't look.
emotional side, right, Ty? Where you're skewing your perceived R&R and your objective R&R like so much. Because you're not following it, you know?
We're up 10 points from our 27 entry, but I don't know if it's going to break or not.
Like, that's a very normal problem as well.
Again, I just have one runner left. Just looking to see if we can get the pop over like 37.40. We want to test how we react into this POC here. So far, sell side, like, pretty in control on offer, holding us where we are for the lower high. I just want to see if they fail the shift value here, and if they do, then we just look for the bid back over POC from previous candle at 40s, and then we can keep going on our way upside. I realized I unmuted on YouTube, but not Discord. My bad.
Hello.
Whoops. I'm long 1 from 27 here from the dip into the POC. I've got one runner left. Took one off into 38 for 10 points. Looking for a look over 40s for continuation. If we can't get over this POC here into 37.41 area, then just expect this to be sell side shifting downward, maintaining lower highs. Watching to see if we can get one more. Nicely done, Sauce. Yeah, I think 41's a great risk off, and then if we can build here back above our halfway back in this POC from previous 15, that should be enough to get us out of here. Until then, top of range. Whenever I see this like structural setup where we hold kind of our sell side candle on the push down, and then we create like this heavy top side, I'm always just looking for a pullback to our POC from the candle that pushed us up. And that's just like that liquidity grab into 27s and then looking for that rotation back up to value. And then we always take profit into that POC of the sell side candle, right? The top heavy one. And then if we can push above and then bid it, then we should be able to get a breakout. But it at least gives you a really nice little rotational play. Hate this now that this has worked. So you're just listening on YouTube? Is that what this is? You're deafened. Yeah, okay, so you actually heard me talk about that. Got it. I don't know anything about the consumer credit report. I didn't pay attention to that at all. So I can't really answer any of your economic questions, Robert. I'm gonna go look now. That's interesting. Traders have increased their bets on US interest rate cuts from 67% to now around 92%. That's definitely been helping with the upside pressure. Other than that,
Send him to Peter Schiff, he says. Tesla is still ripping. Big rippers.
it's a Tesla market. Do you have a runner sauce or are you out? I think if we can bid 40, low 40s here on retest, we should be able to test into 53 for runner. We'll see. Just watching that buy side that's sitting here on this candle. $94.25, looking for 99. That's a good entry. I would consider looking to take profit as we approach 98. 99 might be a little too high, or at least move stops up as we approach there. I don't know how we're going to react into that VWAP that's sitting above. 50 seconds until new 15. New 15s. Man, I had those Korean corn dogs for lunch today. I didn't realize how sweet
Ooh.
they were. Like, so sweet. The dough is like almost like a donut. Not really savory. Kind of weird. Basically want to see buy side be here. Watching our dip into like 38.40 to see if bid steps in or not.
I'd like to see some Russell movement to help kind of release things. So tight.
Tight, tight, tight. All I can ever hear when someone says that word. From Breaking Bad. Yeah, exactly. So far, dip into that 38.40 is holding. I need to see a push higher though. Some excitement, or it's gonna fizzle out very quickly. Look over our 46 would be ideal. Later, Sauce. Have a great weekend.
Goodbye. Enjoy your trip.
I'm out one here. Looking for the hold over 46 now in bid if we can get it for secondary move off of our dip into 40s. I'd like to see a look into 53 for secondary target here from 40s. If we're gonna get it. Russell weakness isn't helping. He's always in a Walmart trade. Man's been in a Walmart trade for a year.
It's actually true.
See how we react here again. Was there Tesla news? Not sure, man. You can look real quick.
No idea.
It just looked really good. Break over that 60 area was huge for it. Slow.
Oh, I see. It's FSD upgrades and AI potential drive Tesla's market surge.
Huge.
Oh, the cybercab got revealed. That's what it was.
Wait for this action to end before I try another. Yeah, I guess the cab was revealed today, Robert. But this is what we saw in Tesla.
And it here to the last 30. We actually talked about it a decent amount during the week in the consolidation phase.
Start pop into 53. See if we can hold for that full rotation. Looking good, looking good. What's up, Kevin? Yeah, today's been all about just me taking first tests into liquidity for balance and just like really nice rebids and reoffers. Don't need to be in every rotation, but the rotations that we do capture should be pretty clean. It's been kind of my go-to today after a large move up from overnight. Just like it's got to be clean or I don't want it. I'm not trying to get stuck in a trade for 30 minutes. Nothing worse than that. Stuck in chop for a 15-point trade. Okay. I haven't hit a cart in so long. I'd probably die. Good. How long do they even last? Like, are mine fine that I haven't used and opened yet? Or are they bad?
Yeah, they should be. No, they should be totally fine.
I still have some that I bought from last, what was the big sale?
The
Yes.
only thing you'd have to worry about is like the degradation of the plastic, but I would not be too concerned about that because
I have like 5 boxes of unopened carts. It's like, there was like buy one, get one in Detroit.
I have the same thing with like butter. I have like just pounds just in the back of the fridge, but as long as it smells fine, I rock with it. Nice. You and Surf Man. I was just making fun of you and Kevin for being old, that's all. Don't mind me. Yeah, like a fine wine. Like a good whiskey. Or a brined cucumber, depending on the day.
I personally don't see anything here other than that tag into 40s and a push into 53. Everything else just looks like mud to me.
The RTY pop back to this 11. I think middle range is our pivot earlier. First look in a while.
Noon to midnight. Yikes. The worst shift I've ever heard. You live in darkness. I guess. I don't know. At least you could have like a, I don't know, 12-hour shifts suck regardless. I don't know.
The best was when I used to work night shift and do doubles, so it'd be like 4 p.m. to like 9 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah, like actually not see the sun.
It's rough. I think my favorite shift was 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. for 12. I think that was like the best 12 shift that I've done. Because like you can still like go to a grocery store. You
Yeah.
can still like live a normal life and not everything's closed. And like everyone's just getting off work regularly, so you can still hang out for a bit. Other than that, garbage.
Yeah, the overnights were always funny where you'd like go to the bar at like 5 a.m. because that was your nighttime.
Mm-hmm.
What are these guys doing?
When I was like 18, I worked in the a factory that made plastic, all of like the plastic bottles and cans for like major like antifreeze, but also like Coca-Cola and everything. They all made it in the same factory. It was called Plastipack. And inside was just an oven. Like you walked inside the door and the entire factory just was like giving you cancer and everything was on fire. It's the worst job I've ever had in my life. Oh my god.
Not for the same reasons you do, buddy.
Rats.
Big numbers.
Booze is overrated anyways.
Yes, it is. Let's put poison in our body and figure out why we feel like we're poisoned.
Hmm.
Hmm. Yeah, that's life force.
Yeah, they all will say that. It's like 95% less harmful than cigarettes. I'm excited to hear what Ty has to say. No, it's not about how you feel, Ty. Your feelings don't matter.
You're pretending like I didn't rip darts constantly either.
As someone who smoked both, I promise you, this is 100 times better. And all medical evidence also supports that. Just don't buy like weird Chinese knockoff vapes with awful metals and weird chemicals added to it. Setting yourself up from failure doing that.
As you should. The vape fairy might visit you at night and give you $5. It's on for all over.
The healthiest vape juice? What does it even mean? It's just vegetable glycerin, bro. The juice isn't the problem. It's the metal in the coils that people have issues with. People aren't using the right metal, or if they're overusing a coil that's burned out, you can have some harmful side effects from that if it's not quality. But the VGA stuff is fine. It's just vegetable glycerin.
What's your setup? Ty, what's your drinking hat setup? I want to see the quadruple handle hat setup.
Like vaping is not a crazy hobby. Like it's not. You don't need like a ton of equipment to do it. Like I just have a vape, man.
I love that you said a hobby.
You know, I don't know what to call it. Like I don't know. Addiction? I don't. Yeah, dude, I'm passionate about vaping. This is the slowest grind up to 60 I've ever seen. Holy.
Just don't buy Chinese stuff, Ty.
Yeah, don't buy stuff that's being passed through. Like anything in a gas station is not regulated. Though those are banned vapes that grocery stores get imported in that are not regulated whatsoever, and they've been pushed through so that they're tax exempt. Like they're being snuck into the country. Don't buy that shit. Just buy from a reputable American brand and don't buy disposables. You're good. It's literally just a piece of metal and a piece of cotton, and you're just heating up vegetable glycerin and flavoring.
Yes. That doesn't surprise me, Cash.
Stop with the disposables. Think about all the money you could be saving if you stop buying disposables. Those are like $20, $30 a pop. You can buy a vaping setup for the same price as one disposable. And it'll last you like 5 months. That makes 0 sense. Why would it have a higher chance of burnt coil? Just stop smoking it before. What? The same coil. Nah, bro. You just need to get a good one. At no point are you getting better quality by buying some Chinese garbage from AliExpress that the gas station ordered.
That's not what the Temu ad told me, though.
Yeah, like, what are you talking about?
Yes, finally in the 98, folks.
What? Yeah, really? What's your disposable vape that's American made?
Marlboro Reds.
These are not American made. Sold in America, close enough. Got you. Yeah,
That's the spirit.
but seriously though, like the problem with disposables is that they buy knockoffs with the same branding. So you don't know what you're getting unless you're going from a reputable source online. So even if you're buying like you can even go with a disposable, but buy them from a wholesaler online yourself. First of all, you're not paying a huge markup. They mark those things up like 10, $15 in store. So you're wasting money in that sense. And you don't know what you're getting because there seriously is an AliExpress of vaping, and that's where those gas stations are buying them. They're not buying them uh, for the premium. I promise you that.
Vape.
You're buying a $4 product for 25 or $30. Elf bars wholesaler $6. $40 liquidity held again. Just another rotation. Is that a flag? I mean, not really. It's more of a pennant, if anything. But it's still a potentially bullish pattern. It's just consolidation into highs. You don't really want a flat top on a rising structure. You want to play the break or the low, right, where your MA is. But like a flag would have been the initial pop from that MA and then the continuation up. Now you just have like a consolidation area. You remember when you asked me if Tesla was a flag and I said yes? This is a flag.
How you made him depressed?
Oracle puts. We have an insider for Oracle. Did you know that? I'm pretty sure Garoto works for Oracle. Should ask him if he should buy puts.
I would not trust anything he says, though. I would probably fade him, to be honest. If he was here, he would agree with me as well.
It's your 98s, 99s really on ES. Top of range. We're trying to see if we can build above VWAP here. Supportive on both ES and RTY. I don't know if we're going to be able to do it. Pretty weak up here so far. I'd like to see a bit more from both before I have a take. Definitely an attempt. We have 5 minutes left. Weird what's happening then. It's mostly
RTY
buy side
high.
for MOC. A lot of money going into NVIDIA. Back to supply up here on NQ. Did people struggle with today, or was it like not bad? Today felt good for me, so that's why I always wonder. What did we talk about yesterday in the close? Like anything that opens over 510 is incredibly bullish for the market. We opened right into 510s and then immediately just mooned. So if people listened to me yesterday, it should have been an amazing morning. And if not, then we were able to identify balance really early. And these balance rotations have been amazing. You're ready to listen now? Hmm. This look that we had off of the recovery of 510s this morning was amazing for the market. We got our dip into our 420-430, which was our downside target. And then overnight, we were able to recover our 60s and then recover our 510s. And then we just rocket shipped out of here. Sell side, complete failure. Same thing for ES. This is what we had for our ES move into our bottom of balance. Got our consolidation here, and then just rocket for new high right into our target. Now just chopping around here, trying to build out this balance here again. I don't know what's next, man. I mean, keep going up until we stop going up. Stop trying to short. That's my only advice to you. Okay. Stop shorting until we see a reason to short. I mean, yeah, selling here makes sense. This is supply and it's closed into a weekend. But talking about just like whenever your logic is price is too high, it needs to go down, and you then sell because of that. I just never think that that's like the right decision. Just like wait for a break of structure and play the secondary leg. So much less emotional. Like the market does not give an absolute shit about what you care, what you do. Like stop. It does not matter. It does not care about you. Play trend. Make your life so much simpler. You're deep in Oracle puts? Good luck, brother. That's our close. I will see you all
POC.
Monday. Moon Day. Yeah, I don't really have any say about where we're gonna go. My big claim to fame was that short squeeze overnight. So now I don't know what's gonna happen.
This was everything was like pretty textbook on ES too, like into measured move target and then like balance. But like I said earlier in the week, I think it makes sense into December to start seeing some profit taking, but if we just keep squeezing, we just keep squeezing, and GG, that's it. All right, goodbye everybody.
If Tesla wants to keep going up, the market is more than likely going to keep going up. It's a Tesla market right now. Trying to see if there's anything else. Like Nvidia's just been consolidating in this balance this entire time. So if this ever gets legs, that can be our next catalyst if Tesla ever starts to calm down. But like this thing is crazy. Good shit, Kevin. Bitcoin is now like kind of safely consolidating over 100K, which is kind of crazy. We're slowly inching our way up. Sol still looks fine, but I don't trust it as much if BTC is going to run. Sol is one of those things that people start playing the full Sol ecosystem when BTC is sideways. But I like it on the higher time frames, like this flagging pattern. But I don't know if it keeps going or if that ecosystem keeps running, if Bitcoin can actually start to build over 100K. Just doesn't make sense. Liquidity will just go back into BTC instead of shit coins. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have a better outlook on Monday and see how we open, and then we can figure out a plan from there. I don't really have much to say into the weekend. We got the move that we were expecting. We got the dip we were expecting. We got the rip. Now it's just about what do we do from here. All right, I'll see you all on Monday, early in the morning. Have a good night. Have a good weekend. Rest up. Review your trades. If you have any questions, please DM me or at me in the trade review channel. More than happy to help over the weekend. You just have to reach out. Use the resources that you have at your disposal. Remember, for class on Monday night, after session, we're going to be doing more footprint-based trades. So if you have not watched the previous class, Mario should have that up by the weekend. I would definitely watch that and come prepared with at least one or two setups or areas that you want to talk about, just so that you're best utilizing what you're paying for, right? Let's learn this stuff. Take advantage. All right, peace. Have a good night.